get the mic turned up on Dewey and let him know he can go down to Dewey and do it. And then mix it in.
Yeah. Shouldn't have to fix it up before working. I don't think so.
we're leaving at 3. That's all I know. We might be leaving a little later than that.
You guys did the mark the bolts on this side. Wow.
Sorry, dude. Yeah, just. coming in, I was doing like 20, you know, I was driving, coming in, these kids go right out in front of me, and they turn, and I was like, they want a guy maybe to slow them up, you know. And so I followed them, and I didn't realize they were just going uptown, man.
Oh, shit.
They go uptown there, I'm like, oh, shit. But there's a little trail going down, and then their son, she's parked on the side of the ground, and it's like powder that's deep, and I just went boom,
Oh,
right
no.
next to the fuel pump.
Oh.
So I went to power out, and it's just like, of all places,
Right, at least
stuck.
in highway.
Yeah, it's all live.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and they just start
that's-
blowing there. I'm like, oh, God.
That's the best spot possible.
How long is it?
Right. It's like,
We obviously need to definitely go read.
actually pretty decent.
Biggest thing is people's
Good morning, welcome race fans. It's wrench day here in Nome. All the teams made it safely last night, and we are about to kick it off. I'm here with the head marshal, Stan. Tell us a little bit, what exactly is wrench day?
Wrench day is a day where these guys get a 15-minute inspection, which is usually done the day before. These guys got in late, so most of them opted to do their inspection this morning. They get 15 minutes, check it out, see what they need, go back, round up parts, and then they get come back in, go on the clock, and work on whatever they need to fix. Some things will be minor, some things will be major. I know one team's got to switch a track out, so that's going to take a little bit of time. And then after that, they're just parked, ready to roll for Friday morning.
Gotcha. So this time just goes against the overall course time?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, we'll time them, whatever. If it takes them 20 minutes, that'll be added to their course time.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Stan. Now, everyone, remember, stay locked in, stay tuned. We're live all day. Right now, they got in late last night, so we're still getting some much-needed rest, catching up on those Z's, getting ready for the wrench time. Like I said, they'll be here shortly. And stay locked in. We'll be back in a little bit.
Cats always have amazing views. The problem is my gun doesn't cat. So I hand you the book and say, find things. What kind is it?
Do we need somebody on the wheel? Alright. right, guys. Everybody, welcome to the Gnome Banquet. Obviously, our pro guys are still making their way here, but we want to recognize all the expedition folks and the town for always welcoming us and letting us put on a great event here and being so helpful with everything that's going on. We're going to start off, and we are going to have the national anthem sung, and then we're going to do some awards. We also have a safety briefing by Mike Buff, and then we will get out some helmets later. So let's get it started.
What so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, but stripes and bright stars to the perilous side. For the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave? And then I'll have to break on it. The stars are twinkling on a field of grass as flag may lean to the blue of the sea, the evening sky, the mountain lakes and the clouds nearby, the gold of the early sorrow streams, the precious gold of the hills and streams, the brilliant stars in the northern sky, the fair birds above and shining high, the great North Star with its steady light, o'er land and sea a beacon bright. Alaska's flag to Alaskans dear, the simple flag of the last frontier.
And of course, the reason we're here, we're going to give out some awards. So let's talk about some of these expedition riders.
So some of the expedition riders were supposed to finish in Kotzebue this year, but they came to Nome first. They helped out with some situations we had out there. We're incredibly grateful. And we're going to go in order here of team numbers. And the first team is Kim Bergeron, G. Pernier, and Randy Bedard, if you guys could come up. So each team that comes up, unfortunately, their gold pans are in Kotzebue, but we're going to get them for them and get them after the race. So we're going to hand the mic off to each expedition team. You can say whatever you want, how it was out there, and thank you so much for participating.
What this event does is pull people together from all the different communities, allows a lot of us to get out to the villages this time of the year when they've been, alone for a while.
Yeah, for me, the opportunity of getting out and being in the villages and seeing everyone's smiling faces, there's always so much energy and excitement for some schmuck from the East Coast to roll through, and it's an amazing bit of country that I feel very fortunate to have the opportunity to get to see. And I will say I'm very glad not racing this year. We got our butts handed to us throughout this ride. There were beautiful moments, but it was a fist fight. It was great this year. We've kind of ridden alongside Team 88 and diced it up with them for years, and it was really good to work together.
Yeah, kind of ditto on that. This was my 13th trip up the trail.
Lucky 13!
Yeah, just like they said, it was super challenging this year. I mean, I've always kind of considered myself a pretty damn good rider, and and I've never really been stuck on the trail before, but I'll tell you what, this year, it was a doozy, as they say back in the Midwest. And yeah, it was something else. And you know, without the support of the fellow riders, you know, you guys from Wisconsin and the 288 and Team 60, and I'll tell you what, there's a young man right here that's a future rock star from Team 60, Reed Stewart. A lot of big help there. Brian Trinket from being out front too, helping out. Just all the community, the guys in Golden.
Next, we have Team 60. We have our mother and son team, Beth Stewart and Reed Stewart.
Here, first I want to thank my husband Scott Stewart, who puts up a lot of my good ideas, and in this one he put so much work into building our sleds and helping us train and helping us prep, so thank you, Scott, for that. Also would like to thank all of the teams and friends who have encouraged us and said, you can do this. Being a mother-son team, the first mother-son team, I think, to accomplish this. We had uncertainty, we had doubt, but really got a lot of encouragement, especially from many of those pro class teams that are still out there tonight, working to make their way to Nome. So
I just want to thank everyone that helped us get here, make it to Nome. All the expedition class teams that kind of grouped up and made it possible to get here. I don't think we could have done it if.
So we've got Team 74, Jeremy Coleman, Jesse Tanner, and Hunter Mathis. And Casey Hatfield.
This group is part of Operation Iron Warrior, so Jeremiah Brewington, would you come up too?
I'd just like to thank everybody on the trail, all the communities that supported us, housed us, fed us, let us use their garages to thaw our stuff out, get all our work done.
And
There you go. Sorry. Thanks. But hey, everybody that helped, everybody that stuck together in that blizzard. I know it was rough, but we all got out. We stuck together. Our help showed up right on time. It was perfect timing because we were all about done. And we left a few sleds up there, but that was the plan. We got home. We got into Golovin. All the racers that were already there, they were ripping our clothes off, trying to get us warm, and thawed out, got us fed, and we stayed there for 2 days, and it was no problem. We got support, help from all the boys out there.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming out. I think I spoke too much last year with no snow, and this year it kicked my butt. A little too much snow, so I'm not going to say anything. Jesus, please leave the snow alone. This is ridiculous. But seriously, big thank you to the Golden guys. We were at our end, ready to dig a hole and go to bed, and they rolled in out of a weird comment of, man, if it only help would show up, and 4 guys in ski masks in a wide track, and I was like, oh wow, that worked. That was weird. I should have done that earlier. But no, yeah, couldn't thank you guys enough, and all the behind the scenes stuff that you guys don't get a lot of, you two specifically, and your guys' team that doesn't get a lot of recognition for. Of course, everyone on the other side, no one really knows what's going on and who's having conversations, but I know you guys are watching us, so thank you guys for having those conversations and getting those teams out. Kim, I don't know where you're at or where you went to, wherever you were. There you are. Hey, thank you again for setting that all up and getting us some food and taking care of us, man. I appreciate that a lot. That was awesome.
So he's going to say a few words about the program.
Yeah. So if you guys don't know, Operation Iron Warrior is a nonprofit that I helped found a few years back. And it's all about bringing our veterans up the Iron Dog Trail. A lot of times when our service members leave service, they lose a part of themselves, which is a team and a purpose. And they don't know they lose that. Transitioning to civilian life, they just think, okay, now I got to work 9 to 5, but they really don't have people that they can call their family. In the military, they are your brothers and sisters. They are your family. And oftentimes, they lose that, and that can lead to depression and then ultimately the taking of their own life. So what we do at Operation Iron Warrior is we seek out veterans that can use this. Veterans that can show other veterans that they're not alone. They can get out. They can still accomplish a mission. They can still work as a team. They can still have battle buddies. They don't have to be alone. And they can all work together. And I'll tell you what, watching watching these guys are awesome. Just watching them, every challenge, every moment, it's formed such a bond. I have no doubt that these guys are like best friends for life. It's such an amazing thing to watch, through the yelling and the cussing and the smacking and the USTFU and bleeps and lots of things like that. So, but through the program, through Operation Iron Warrior, I hope that there are warriors out there that see you can still be a part of the team, you can still have a mission, you can still be successful. And also along the way, we stop at these remote places where there's also a veteran community. And sometimes our veterans are felt forgotten. Sometimes they like the solitude, which I understand. But we just want to be able to say, hey, we see you, we thank you. If you need anything, please reach out to us, and we're here for you. You're still our family. And it was, Kim, it was pretty amazing. In Gullivan, the principal, Ray, is a veteran himself. The counselor at the school is a veteran himself. And I sat down and had a conversation with him, and for a village of 200 people, he says, we have an incredibly high veteran number. So now next year, I think we're gonna spend a little more time in Gullivan instead of just zipping over the road and across the lagoon. So, but I'm extremely impressed by Team 74, their tenacity. They never once didn't do what they could to help everybody along the way. I mean, they were tired and just exhausted, and they never quit. They pushed harder and harder with every challenge. It was amazing to see. So please give them another round of applause. Operation Iron Warriors. You guys are amazing.
Next up, we have Team 77, Eric Eckhoff, Bo Stanberry, and Thomas Jamochin. Come on up.
Everyone from Alaska, thank you for opening your state to us. Noel, thank you for welcoming us into your town, and everyone along the way. This has been an incredible experience, not just because of the ride, but because of the people we met along the way. The people of Alaska are incredible. So, some of the greatest people I've met of any place I've ever been. So thank you to all of you. I will tell you that we ride a lot in the Midwest. We're from Wisconsin, and so we thought that we were good snow machiners. We call them snowmobiles where we come from, and everyone knows where we're from when I slip and say snow machine. Sounds like a cuss word in front of children when I say it. So, but I haven't said it for the last couple days. But we thought we were good snow machiners. We got up here and we realized that we still have a lot to learn, and so. So that was cool that was reminded that I still got a lot to learn.
Yeah, he talks a lot. So I don't have to talk that much. But I'll touch on a couple things that he said. You know, first and foremost, this is my first time here, and from the minute we landed, basically, you know, the Alaskan people have showed us, you know, what it's like. It seems like we're in a different country right now, just because the lower 48, it doesn't operate this way. It reminds me, the way Alaska is reminds me of how the lower 48 was about 20 years ago, where everybody helps everybody out. You don't see very many jealous people. If this person is doing better than the next person, there's no jealousy, you know, no arrogance, and I haven't seen it yet. It's pretty special.
All right, next up we have Team 82, Travis Eilson, Caitlin Eilson, riding Skidoos. Bring it up, guys. Come on up. There they go.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm Travis Eilson. This is my wife, Caitlin Ellison here. Team 82. First of all, we are still madly in love. Well, obviously so many thank yous. It was a very fun time, super challenging, which almost, I think, made it better. Big shout out to everybody involved, all the, you know, Iron Dog organization, all the volunteers, all the volunteers that aren't official volunteers throughout all the villages. One thing that was relationship building was finding trees with A-arms, and but the big bright side of that was getting to meet so many great people along the trail, McGrath and Galena and the rest of the places, scrambling to find us parks, find shop space, hosting us, feeding us. Just amazing, really awesome.
Yeah, oh yeah, Team 42. Well, yeah, we want to thank the pros. Some of the pros really took us under their wings. Team 7, Team 42, they really helped us out a lot. I stole parts from 42 basically for my tree encounters. Gage for letting me steal it, my arm. But just wanted just to keep it short. The guys at Golden are amazing. We found ourselves in a situation where we could extract ourselves, but couldn't extract other people, and they came out at a moment's notice and helped us out. And they are the true pros here. They really are. All the community members here and along the trail, faith in humanity has been restored. So I just can't thank everybody enough. So you guys are all awesome for hosting this here, and this is our first time to know, and we showed up on a snowshoe. We love it. So thank you, everyone. We really appreciate it.
So next up we have Team 87. We have 4 in this, all on Polaris. Bill Magnuson, Jennifer Lewin, Darwin Magnuson, and Jeff Ward.
Hey everyone. This journey actually started because this is Jen and I's second time in this building. We were here for between Christmas and New Year's last year, and we were invited to the Bering Sea Gold Mining Company's holiday party right here in this room. I actually won a drum set in the raffle, which is exciting. And we were up here aurora hunting, and we were staying with our friend Captain Jeff over here in Willow when we got back to the Anchorage area, drinking on New Year's Eve. And we were like, let's do the Iron Dog next year. And Jeff was like, I'll do it with you. And so I got my dad involved too. This is Darwin. Darwin is 70 years old and finished today. Start by thanking Darwin for giving me the infection of loving snowmobiling at the age of 5 in Ham Lake, Minnesota, where we grew up. And Jennifer here grew up on Maui, so I think she might be the only tropical island denizen here today. And just started riding about 10 years ago when we met. So bringing Jen through here, meant a lot of mental fortitude for someone that didn't grow up snowmobiling, grew up quite far from it actually. And Captain Jeff for being our leader through about 900 of the 1,000 miles. He was the one breaking trail for us and running the radio and giving directions. It's incredible to have support in Willow as well for all of our practice and training runs.
Yeah, I'd like to say this is my 3rd time up the trail, and I have never in my life seen this much snow on this side of the range and this kind of weather. So real challenging for everybody, and thanks to everybody who helped put the race together. The guys in Golden were great. Yeah, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Thank you.
I want to thank the guys in Golden. They were world-class rescuers and some of the best snowmobile mechanics I've ever seen. Got 2 broken down sleds going for us last night, and it was great.
It was a hard ride, but it was also epically beautiful. So very, very inspiring and very beautiful landscape.
Up next, we got Team 88. Paul Silburn, Mike Telkamp, and Brian Stranka.
Come on up. These guys are supposed to finish in top as well, but seem to know, so we'll get their hands at a later date to come on up there.
Arctic Cat guys.
So yeah, just a shout out to the whole Iron Dog group. My 2nd year doing this. Last year was pretty challenging. Not enough snow this year. We have way too much snow. But every day was a different adventure. It seemed like it was a lot of fun, a lot of adversity, but sure feels good to be here in Nome.
I just want to thank JP, Randy, Kim. You guys are awesome. Many times as we've done this, we've never ridden together until this year. Without you guys, I mean, we made it easier on all of us breaking trails. But and then the Stewart family, you guys are awesome. think you're definitely going to be an up and comer on the race here in a couple of years, and all the volunteers, thanks. And the town of Golden, they stepped up big for everybody this year, so yeah, thanks everybody.
I've done this. This was the 9th Iron Dog for me. This is the toughest trail conditions I've ever seen. Just way too much snow for short tracks. But I'd like to thank everybody, all the trail class teams we were hanging out with. It was awesome to meet everybody. I'd like to thank all the volunteers, the search party that went out to get them guys that were stuck out on the mountain there. Just thanks to everybody. It's been a good time.
I clear to move Louis? Am I clear to move Louis? I can't hear. I don't think. I don't know. She said she wants the wide angle. Jack, which one she say for the wide angle? These sleds or these sleds? For Louis, she said to make Louis wide angle. Never mind, I got it, I think. I got it. Okay, they can't all fit in one frame that well. I like zoomed out all the way, but this is as wide of an angle as I'm gonna get on Louis. Can you not hear me? Huh? Okay. Can you say this is the, like...
Louis as wide as it can go. Move it a little.
I mean, I don't know how. Like, just, I can
There's
fold
not
it.
really a lot of movement that can go on.
I can try, but I don't know how well it'll work. I appreciate it.
All right, race fans, welcome back to the Nome City Garage, where all of the teams have made it into Nome as of last night. And if you've been watching, it has been a heck of a race so far. So weather and trail conditions are pretty good when they left Big Lake, but when they got to Western Alaska, we were in the middle of some of the worst storms we've seen all year, worst storms we've seen in a couple of years. And so 50 to 70 mile an hour winds. So as the teams turned north out of Koyuk, headed to Kotzebue, it was just an absolute mess. Visibility was near zero. And we talked to Team 49 last night a little bit, and that was really cool to kind of hear. We'll try to get some more teams later today to kind of come talk about what they faced and some of the challenges. But here in the Nome City Garage this morning, starting at about 6 a.m., the garage opened for teams to do their inspection. And what is that? When they get to Nome, Nome is a unique place on the Iron Dog Trail where teams are allowed to take 15 minutes off the clock to go over their sleds. They can check like track tension, they can look at their carbides, they can look at their belts, they can just look the machine over from top to bottom. They're allowed to do a compression test and things of that nature if need be. And they're just checking the machines over. And the two racers are the ones allowed touching the sleds at that point, but they are allowed a person to kind of take notes. And often what they do is this, machine A, machine B, and they'll just go through and they'll check everything. They'll make notes, what's wrong with it, what needs to be changed. And then when they get everything done from that point, they'll go and they'll make a plan. And they'll start looking at what needs to be changed first, how to do it the fastest, because when they come back later today and they start wrenching, that time is on the clock. And so you won't see a lot of wrenching this morning. It's mostly just the inspections, and they'll start working through the race teams, doing their inspections, and then those guys will leave. They'll collect the parts and pieces, they'll get their tools. If they need something, it's possible they could get something gold streaked in from Anchorage. They'll be hitting local Polaris and Arctic Cat and Ski-Doo shops. Sometimes you'll see them post locally like, hey, we need this, we need that. Does anybody have a machine that we can steal a part from? And so they'll get everything together. And then later today, tune back in and you'll see like NASCAR style working on these machines, changing parts and pieces. But kind of looking around the garage, it's been really interesting. The sleds look good. And so some years machines come in and they're busted up and they're missing half their ski and, tracks are ripped. I mean, just different kinds of things you see here. But so far, looking through the teams as I've kind of walked around, they look really good. So wrench times might be super fast today. So stay tuned in, keep looking, and we'll try to get some interviews as well coming up soon. Thank you. Iron Dog 2026. All right, Iron Dog race fans, I am here with Tyler Ackelstad of Team 7, and we're standing right next to his sleds. And currently showing in first place into Nome, we had 30 race teams leave Big Lake, and 21 of those teams have reached Nome. And so kind of a difficult trail this year, at least from the outside looking in, but we want to hear directly from the racers themselves about what they face. So Tyler, talk about your experience with, you've done this race many a times, you're a champion. What was it like going from Koyuk to Kotzebue in that ground storm the whole way?
That section specifically was absolutely, it was rough. I mean, it was tough going. More years than not, it seems like we go through there. There's typically storms in that region around this time. Stan, they might be. It was bad. I mean, I'll be straight up. It was a bad ground storm. Actually, leaving Koyuk, going to Buckland, it was pretty decent for a while, but kind of backtracking, we all kind of held up, and this is where the strategy of this race has always come into play. Is this is going towards Kotzebue. We stopped trying to position. At that time, we were actually running in second place time-wise, trying to see if we could get 14 to go. There was a lot of uncertainty, so nobody wanted to go. Finally, it got to a point that we just said, all right, we're going. We're going to go ahead. There was a couple of people that had kind of gone out, like locals, that we'd heard there was trail. So Nick and I made a decision at that point, let's just go. We went from Koyuk, Buckland. It was decent. We definitely were breaking trail, like, in regards, there was no trail like in front of us into Buckland. And then with that weight though, that kind of messed things up, because all of a sudden it was gorgeous and beautiful in Buckland, and now we waited those 2 hours, we got there, the wind had picked up like 30 minutes before we got there, and it was a complete whiteout from Buckland to Selawik. Then at that point, by the time we actually got out of the Buckland River and started heading towards Selawik, there was a point in time, like, it was blowing so hard, it blew our sled, because it was quartering us, it would blow our sleds the whole wrong direction. We'd have to try to, but you couldn't turn because it was glare ice, so we'd have to find a snow patch to, then get across to get lined up to go across where we needed to go to try to get the heading we wanted to be on. And that was the scenario for a big section of that. And then it was just terrible visibility all the way into Selawik, kind of led up around Selawik proper. That's something to give people perspective. Is sometimes it's hard to tell how bad it is on the trail, because a lot of the villages, sometimes it's a little better right in the village. They're tucked into a strategic spot that maybe isn't as windy. Wind wasn't terrible from Selawik to Cayenne at that time. We were the first ones to go through the pass in the race. There was an old impression of a trail you could tell there, but we were definitely breaking trail there. And it was a good run from Cayenne into Norvik, Kotz, all that was fine. Then turn around, and honestly, it was a really good morning. Leaving Kotzebue, we were down 24 minutes. Left Kotz. At that point, there's a couple scary things. Actually, we ended up running into water right out of Kotzebue. We water skipped a pretty good section of water right at the Sadie Creek. There was flooded, and it was it was overflow, but it was overflow enough that it was pure water. It was probably, I'm guessing 2 feet. I don't know.
Right.
Got into it there. Over at Elephant Point, which is right before Buckland, we got into some water too. Long water skips, probably over half-mile type stuff. Everything was going good, and got into Koyuk. We actually pulled into Koyuk, and I'm sure this is the question everybody is wondering, is how this all went down. So we pull into Koyuk in 14. It actually ran out of gas right before Koyuk, and they had just towed in. So at that point, we pulled up to the pump in Koyuk with them. They're fueling, we're waiting on them. And at that time, everybody's saying, hey, there's no ice at Elam. You're going to have to take the overland trail. Jake up there's even showing us the overland trail, because you could tell in Koyuk, too, that there was overflow pushing through the water, and it was just not worth going out and trying to get in that. So we sat there, let them fill up, and at that time, strategically, we thought, all right, let's let them go for a minute, figure out where they go. We knew there were some other teams coming that had probably done some good pre-running. Let's see if they go, and let's just see if we can have some tracks to follow. Got off the clock for a layover then at that point, and then honestly the rest is history at that point. From somebody that's watching the race, at that time we were in a position where we're sitting there, we're on a layover. I don't want to go out there and I'm going to give it up. I've been there, I've done it, and you can't leave there until you knew there was a trail. And also at the same point, we were in a position, we didn't know how many layovers or how much it takes. We took everything. That's why
Right.
we left there when we did, and then it's like, all right, we'll ride at night anyways. It's the best scenario you have when you're strategically running a race.
Sure.
I mean, it's a very unfortunate how that goes. I've been in a similar position where break and trail, it's maybe not that bad, but it's a bummer. So
yeah, last night we were talking to a team, and they were saying that the trail out of Elam, you know, the locals don't use that trail unless they have to either, and so that trail hadn't been run in well over a month.
Yeah.
And so it was just 3 to 4 feet. They were having to get off sleds, kind of up to their chest in snow, trying to even get the wide tracks to go through before them to set a trail. So, so it could be just crazy conditions out there. So after you kind of got off of Little McKinley, headed into Golovin, how was the rest of the run in from there?
Honestly, it was pretty good at that point. There was a well-beaten, there was a path in front of us. It's definitely, with this snow and how there's obviously a lot of snow, but a lot of wind affected it. It's really soft and it's holed out, and but for us, it was a pretty good, clean run in at that point at that
Very
time.
cool.
So, yeah.
Have you guys done your inspection yet today, or?
We haven't. We kind of know what we have. A couple little things we're going to do just as a maintenance, and that's our assumption at this point. We'll look through them and make sure. So
awesome.
Get on down
Well,
the trail.
thank you for your time this morning. Always great to hear from the racers on their experience on the trail, and everyone. Tyler with Team 7. Thank you.
Thanks.
So temporary delays, route adjustments, it's all part of the golf course. But I do agree that a week prior, people from the field should be coming to the field and at least marking out something. That's actually, so that was an interesting point. I a lot of friends out there. Unfortunately, there's a lot of
Huh? Yeah. One of them. Aaron's about to do another thing.
He's facing the wrong way then. He's too close anyways, he wouldn't even see it. What camera is Aaron going in front of? Moving to you. You're clear. Aaron's on mic. Thank you.
Things on the sled. Primarily, they are going to be checking the sled over top to bottom for things like track tension, checking carbides, checking the just alignment of things. Sometimes if they're having engine trouble, they can do things like a compression test and just basically a look over inspection of the machine. This is also the first time that they're allowed to have outside racer assistance. And so they are allowed to have a note taker, and they'll just walk through and they'll be calling out like sled A needs this, they need that, we're going to change this. And so they have 15 minutes off the clock to do all of this. They do have to have everything put back on the machine like it came into the garage at that point. So things like the cowlings, if they take those off, they have to put them back on. Sometimes they'll be checking the headlights, things of that nature. Anything they take off, they have to put back on inside the 15 minutes, or else that will count against them on the clock later. And so the big point of this is that after the inspection, they'll take their notes, they'll go and they'll write everything down, and they'll make a game plan. How do we fix everything that needs to be fixed on sled A and sled B in the fastest time possible? And then they will leave here, they'll get parts, they'll get pieces, they'll get their tools, and they'll get everything mapped out from we're going to do A, and then we're going to do B, and then we're going to do C, and then we're going to do D in order, and they'll make a game plan. Also, later when they actually start wrenching will be the only time they're allowed to have two people helping. So you have the two racers, and then you will also have two others helping do the wrench. Nome is unique. Everywhere else on the trail, only the two racers can touch the sleds and work on the sleds. And so that's what makes the Nome City halfway time here in the garage very special for the racers, because they can get that knowledge. One of the cool things that you'll see too is, even though they're competitors, often, we'll highlight this as we see it later today, but often you'll have like Ski-Doo teams helping other Ski-Doo teams and Polaris teams helping other Polaris teams. And so you may have 4 guys, all 4 racers, 2 different teams, and those 4 guys are going to work on both team sleds. And so it's kind of a unique thing here in the garage with that as well. And so stay tuned here in the Nome City garage. It's going to be a very busy, long day. We've got 21 teams, and they all have to do their 15-minute inspection, and then they're going to have to come back later and do the actual work. Often, this process starts on Tuesday night, And throughout all day Wednesday, they will be working on the machines. But because of the weather, they all got stuck in Kotzebue. They were held up there for like 30 hours, and they were only released yesterday morning starting at 8 a.m. And if that wasn't enough, they got into Elam, and the ice had blown out. And so there was a trail between Elam and Golovin, that's the overland trail, but locals hadn't used that trail in over a month, and so nothing was staked. The trail was multiple feet deep in fresh powder, and so that was a whole different thing that they had to battle yesterday, figuring out how to get through that trail, how to get to Golovin safely, and you'll be hearing about that as we do interviews. And so the first teams didn't even make it into Nome until 8 o'clock last night. And so everything's behind here in Nome, but it's the world's fastest race for a reason. World's fastest, longest, most difficult snow machine race. And so, so we're here. Stay tuned. Hopefully we'll get some more interviews for you guys soon. Thank you.
Does. Stable.
Thank you. Louis is gonna move. Louis? Louis.
Iron Dog finisher, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So, but this year you're running kind of a different trail. So tell us what you're doing this year.
Well, this year I am a support wife, which is a proud title. And then I also was lucky enough to sneak in before the weather got crazy and beat some of the teams to Nome. So I got to help out with the helmet safety program and the Alaska Safe Riders and going around and talking to some of the schools.
And what's the importance of kind of sharing some of the safety with the kids along the Iron Dog Trail?
Well, you know, I think it's really cool. Alaska obviously is proud of Iron Dog and the concept of Iron Dog and the tradition of Iron Dog, but realistically, I think what a lot of these Iron Doggers embody is this idea of traveling across Alaska and the vastness of Alaska, but these communities that we go through throughout the race, they're just doing this as a part of their everyday life. So it's really important that we represent safety, we represent some proper techniques and tools so that these kids, when they are going out and accessing the backcountry, they're doing it in the best, most responsible means possible.
Yeah, and I was fortunate enough to be able to listen to the presentation yesterday at our local high school here. And one of the things that I was most impressed with was the discussion about how to get out of cold water. And so would you just share a little bit about some of the tips that, that y'all teach other people on what to do if you fall into cold water?
So Mike Buck is really pretty awesome, and his team with Alaska Safe Riders going around to these communities, and they've come up with some pretty cool terms to kind of help with that reminder. So one of them is the PPP. So you have to plan, you have to prepare, and then you have to practice. It's a common thing that we do here for Iron Dog, but then also it's really great for any type of backcountry riding. So making sure that you're coming up with a solid plan, you're doing lots of preparation to get ready, and then you're practicing that preparation so that when you get out into the field, it's just second nature. But then when it comes to that water safety, it's the 1-10-1 rule. So the 1-10-1 rule is just to remember that you have so much time to catch your breath, so which is usually a minute. You have about 1 minute to 3 minutes to catch your breath, get calm when you fall into that cold water. You then have 10 minutes to be able to get out of the cold water before severe hypothermia sets in and cardiac arrest, and then you have 1 hour to get yourself warmed back up. So the 1-10-1 rule is really good. We throw that out to kids a lot so that if they ever find themselves in dangerous situations, whether they fall through the ice themselves or they're with somebody, they can just pull up that quick term and know what to do when they're out there.
Yeah, I know the closest that I've been to that situation is cold plunging. And yeah, you get in the water and all of a sudden your first instinct is just go, but having take that minute to calm down, think, and be aware of your surroundings and then take action. I thought that was so cool to kind of share that with the kids. You mentioned a little bit about your being prepared. So even on the Iron Dog Trail, there's a lot of safety equipment that's required. And I've been involved with the tech inspection on the front end, and also at the very end of the race, everybody who finishes in the money, they have to be teched at the end of the race, and that includes safety gear. So what are some of the items that are on these sleds that you look at these sleds and you think they're not carrying anything with them, but they are? Talk about some of the things that are on these sleds.
So, and it's also not just at the start and the finish. So you're teched at tech before you get on the race. You're teched at the end. They do random techs, and then also if you finish in the money. But then another really awesome thing that they do here is a random tech when you get to the Gnome Garage. So even last night, the guys are coming in through the cold weather, and Stan is here doing a really good job making sure that those rules are upheld. And he went through and randomly teched a bunch of sleds. So some of the things that we have to carry on us is you have to have 2 pairs of goggles, you have to have 2 pairs of gloves, you have to have an extra set of gear, base layers that you bring with you, you have to have a sleeping bag, you have to have your bivy bag that goes over that. That actually was put into play by expedition class this year when they got stuck out there in that weather. So, Iron Dog really does take the safety precautions seriously. They example that in the tech at the end to make sure that if you're doing this race with all the proper equipment. We have to have mandatory tools that we're taking with us. So it's a really cool thing that you get into. Obviously, if you're already doing that backcountry stuff and you're hunting and you're out in the wilderness, it's great. But then to bring that into this process as well, just make sure that, one, the riders and racers are all safe, but then also it's a great model for the kids as we're going through the communities.
Absolutely. One of the things that I was always surprised at too was, I think, is it 2,000 or 4,000 calories worth of food that they have to take with them? And so, when you go out, either having some kind of food that you can have with you in case you do get stuck for 24, 70, 48 hours, or having a cook pot or some way of heating water and making some food is also an excellent idea, and these guys have to do that. So thank you for your time, and cheer your husband on.
Thank you very much.
Alaska makes you, well, a little different. We're an independent bunch, yet we can't get along without each other. We like unique things, and we have unique needs. That's the whole reason we created Club 49, the only travel benefits program made for Alaskans, so you can be you. Alaska Airlines Club 49.
The 2026 Iron Dog Raffle is coming. Win a brand new Toyota Tundra. Limited 4-wheel drive from Toyota. A 20-foot enclosed cargo trailer from Big Bubba's Trailers. A Polaris 850 RMK Chaos from Hatch and Pass Polaris. Cash prizes, Alaska Airline tickets, and more. Tickets are $60 each or $50 when you buy 2 or more. You don't have to be present to win. Get your tickets now at irondog.org/raffle. Iron Dog. Built Alaska tough. Iron Dog Raffle, Alaska Gaming Permit number 166002.
The trails I ride on are the same that we light up with critical connectivity. It isn't always easy, but MTA's roots are firmly planted in these communities, our home. So we keep going to deliver the connection our members will use to build our future. We can't wait to see what you do with it. MTA, life, technology, together.
The Iron Dog is the world's longest, toughest snow machine race.
2 guys per team, 2 machines. NAC sponsorship level with Iron Dog is huge. It's been a big deal for us for years.
Northern Air Cargo is the largest all-cargo airline in the state of Alaska. NAC supports Iron Dog effectively through movement of freight. The 23 communities that the Iron Dog races through, almost all are exclusively only accessible by air. So that's where NAC comes into play big time. Not only for the race itself, but also during the practice runs.
All of our checkpoint supplies will go through NAC.
Alaska is so diverse and there's no roads going anywhere, so obviously we have to rely on people like NAC, and they've been really amazing to have on the team.
NAC has been huge for us. It's a big deal, and we really appreciate them.
We've just grown the relationship over the years and kind of like a little family now. It's really good. I can't thank them enough, really.
What moves you? Everyone's chasing different pins on the map, and while they may never catch them,
It's the thrill of the chase that keeps you going each and every season. It's the evidence in every ride and the adventure in every story. So here's to the next chapter.
Some people tend to think that flat means dull, boring. But some people just don't understand what flat means. Some people never did 0 to 60 in 3 seconds flat. So yeah, the upgrades we brought to our 2025 models, well, they're just not for some people.
Trails feeling free, it's what we do in the heart of Alaska, where the mountains shine bright and true. From the sun to Eagle River, we grow a legacy. Join the CC family, we wind around the week.
We would absolutely recommend Team CC to our friends, family, everybody that we haven't already recommended to. We probably bring it up in conversation all the time when we're out riding side-by-sides or sleds. They're always in our conversation with us about how amazing they are, and we couldn't recommend them more.
So become a rider, let's just break away, feel the wind, let it guide the way.
If I had to describe Team CC in a couple words, the biggest thing that comes to me, with especially Corey and Barbara, is the passion, the care are two things that are huge. Super eager to be fair. Corey and Barbara spend a ton of time, personal time in giving to teams, a lot of organizations, snowmobile clubs. So it's that passion and care are the two big things that come to my mind.
The hands on adventure, don't let it slip. Join the family, come and take the trip.
I would so recommend Team CC to my family, friends, and other people close to me. And one reason why is they're very nice, always treat me more than just a kid, and they would educate me and help me learn how to change the belt, how to put in oil safely, and they got to educate me a little bit, so that was nice.
Team CC did a really good job of setting up my snow machine to my riding style, which is trails, powder turns, jumps, and sometimes I just straight up send it.
So become a rider, let's just break away, feel the wind, let it guide the way. In the hands of adventure, don't let it slip. Join the family, come and take the trip.
I would definitely recommend Team CC to my friends and family, and I always do.
I got it until someone else gets up here.
Focusing, Donald. Is that better?
Welcome to the Gnome Garage. I'm Jack.
And I'm Cliff. How would you like to gnome the weather?
Anyways, here's the weather. How's the weather out there, girls?
It's blowing sideways!
Sounds rough out there, ladies. Do you have a hat?
Hat right!
Where is it?
It's inside out, 2 miles away!
Anything we can do for you?
Bring me some soup!
What kind?
Chunky!
Right, we'll get on that. Coming up next, we'll explore the garage after a quick sizzle reel from the start at Biglet.
Alaskan makes you, well, a little different. We're an independent bunch, yet we can't get along without each other. We like unique things, and we have unique needs. That's the whole reason we created Club 49, the only travel benefits program made for Alaskans, so you can be you. Alaska Airlines Club 49.
The 2026 Iron Dog raffle is coming. Win a brand new Toyota Tundra. Limited 4-wheel drive from Toyota. A 20-foot enclosed cargo trailer from Big Bubba's Trailers. A Polaris 850 RMK Chaos from Hatch and Pass Polaris. Cash prizes, Alaska Airline tickets, and more. Tickets are $60 each or $50 when you buy 2 or more. You don't have to be present to win. Get your tickets now at irondog.org/raffle. Iron Dog. Built Alaska tough. Iron Dog raffle, Alaska Gaming Permit number 166002.
The trails I ride on are the same that we light up with critical connectivity. It isn't always easy, but MTA's roots are firmly planted in these communities, our home. So we keep going to deliver the connection our members will use to build our future. We can't wait to see what you do with it. MTA, life, technology, together.
The Iron Dog is the world's longest, toughest snow machine race.
2 guys per team, 2 machines. NAC sponsorship level with Iron Dog is huge. It's been a big deal for us for years.
Northern Air Cargo is the largest all-cargo airline in the state of Alaska. NAC supports Iron Dog effectively through movement of freight. The 23 communities that the Iron Dog races through, almost all are exclusively only accessible by air. So that's where NAC comes into play big time. Not only for the race itself, but also during the practice runs.
All of our checkpoint supplies will go through NAC.
Alaska is so diverse and there's no roads going anywhere, so obviously we have to rely on people like NAC, and they've been really amazing to have on the team.
NAC has been huge for us. It's a big deal, and we really appreciate them.
We've just grown the relationship over the years and kind of like a little family now. It's really good. I can't thank them enough, really.
What moves you? Everyone's chasing different pins on the map. And while they may never catch them, it's the thrill of the chase that keeps you going each and every season. It's the evidence in every ride and the adventure in every story. So here's to the next chapter.
Yeah, Moose Girl? That was sick.
Some people tend to think that flat means dull, boring. But some people just don't understand what flat means. Some people never did 0 to 60 in 3 seconds flat. So yeah, the upgrades we brought to our 2025 models, well, they're just not for some people.
Riding through the trails, feeling free, it's what we do. In the heart of Alaska, where the mountains shine bright and true. From a Sun to Eagle River, we grow a legacy. Join the CC family, be wild and ride with me.
We would absolutely recommend Team CC to our friends, family, everybody that we haven't already recommended to. We probably bring it up in conversation all the time when we're out riding side-by-sides or sleds. They're always in our conversation with us about how amazing they are, and we couldn't recommend them more.
So become a rider, let's just break away. Feel the wind, let it guide the way.
If I had to describe Team CC in a couple words, the biggest thing that comes to me with especially Corey and Barbara is the passion, the care are two things that are huge. Super eager to be fair. Corey and Barbara spend a ton of time, of personal time in giving to teams, a lot of organizations, snowmobile clubs. So it's that passion and care are the two big things that come to my mind.
In the hands of adventure, don't let it slip. Join the family, come take the trip.
I would so recommend Team CC to my family, friends, and other people close to me. And one reason why is they're very nice, always treat me more than just a kid, and they would educate me and help me learn how to change the belt, how to put in oil safely, and they got to educate me a little bit, so that was nice.
Team CC did a really good job of setting up my snow machine to my riding style, which is trails, powder turns, jumps, and sometimes I just straight up send it.
So become a rider, let's just break away. Feel the wind, let it guide the way. In the hands of adventure, don't let it slip. Join the family, come and take the trip.
I would definitely recommend Team CC to my friends and family, and I always do.
Whatever we do now is going to benefit or impact that next generation. It's that meeting of long time in you back illiquid state of thinking about our people, our region, what to do for the next generation, and that responsibility to our past generations. Resource development is a part of that story now.
We're not going backwards, we're going forward. And I think education is very important.
I would hope that residents feel excited about is that they have such a strong say in how development can happen in the region. It's their voice, and it is really about our future and about how we would like to see it happen. And I think when we come together to have those important conversations, we can do amazing things for the next generation.
Let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days. And a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota trucks. Toyota Tacoma is a KBB Best Buy. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
What does it mean when people say America is a land of opportunity?
It means we strive to be a nation of limitless possibilities.
It's our greatest strength, the power to discover.
To redefine yourself.
To improve yourself.
To challenge yourself. To challenge yourself. To challenge yourself.
To realize there's more in you
than you ever knew
that you could do.
To be all you can be.
To be all you can be.
It means never assuming something can't be done.
And if it's the right thing to do,
never stopping until you achieve it.
It's what makes every soldier swear that
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. This is what we do.
Giving people an open field to explore what they do best.
With the best tools,
the best training,
the best technology in the world.
We bring out the best in the people who serve.
Because America calls for nothing less. So you can be all you can be.
Be all you can be. Be all you can be.
Be all you can be. Be all you can be.
coming to you from the booth. We got just about 9 minutes till we see Team 17 start their wrench session. So stay tuned, stay glued, and get ready for more.
Counteract that having the trail break.
Oh yeah, I mean there was a lot of snow and a lot of trees down, and really no trails was put in. So today we decided to push and move forward because at that point I don't think there was no turning back. Fuel, that was good. So yeah, super emotional. Thing, I guess decision, how you look at it.
Yeah, not a lot to say really about it right now. But yeah, we got out there and was told that the guys were put in the trail and had been traveling. Went up there and now they're a little bit area. So first hour or so, Jacob said he was thanks to one time. Glad to be here.
Not a whole bunch, really. I mean, my side was kind of not great when we were breaking trails. Other than that, I mean, it's just kind of the normal wear and tear of our dog, so it should have pretty quick. No, it's going to be a push, and there's going to be teams up front. We're going to try to do a push and see how this goes. In the position now that we get to watch and see what they do. We'll follow suit, maybe, or race strategy, but yeah, our end, it's supposed to be pushing trail.
It'll be on the app. Pretty interesting positions on the way home. I think we're going to see how that develops.
All right, race fans, welcome back to the Nome City Garage. And if you've tuned in this morning, you've seen a lot of racers who have been doing their 15-minute off-the-clock inspection. And so, just as a reminder of what that is, Nome is a unique place on the Iron Dog Trail where when they get here, they let the machines thaw out overnight, come in the next morning, and they sit with the race marshal, and they're allowed to look over the sleds. They can kind of do whatever they want to make sure they're checking. So track tension. A lot of times they're checking spindles and things to see the play and how tight or loose they've become. If they have any kind of electrical issues or an engine issues, they're allowed to do a compression test, various things like that, just to check the health of the sled. And they're also allowed to have a partner. So there's the two race teams, riders, and they're allowed to have someone else help them take notes. And so they leave, they get all their parts and pieces together, and then they come back after they have a plan to fix the sleds, and then they'll go on the clock. And so here pretty soon, Team 44 is going to be one of the first teams in the garage to actually start wrenching on the machines. And so we'll try to bring that to you as we can. But yeah, so we've got Chris Olds joining us here this morning, Team 10. And tell us a little bit about that ride going all the way to Kotzebue from Koyuk.
It was pretty crazy. It was, people say like you just put a bucket over your head, kind of. That's what it's like riding. It was, the wind, the snow was bad, but just that wind blowing the snow made it like very little visibility. Going across Sellewick Lake was really the only time in the race that I got super cold because it was just coming in from the side, and you just can't get out of the wind. Right. And so yeah, but we just tried to keep things clean and not go too fast and just do the best we can, and that's all we could do. Sure. Yeah.
Is that one of the worst storms that you've ever ridden through on the Iron Dog Trail, or do you have another time that you can remember something similar?
Yeah, sorry, in 24 it was very similar. This time we actually did it more in the dark, so it actually, I think it helped a little bit because you had a little bit of definition, but at the same time it still does the same thing. It'll just blow, and it's real hard to see tracks in front of you. But in 24 was really bad in that section. So we were running at daytime, and you just couldn't see anything at all. So, but it was also more centralized in between two checkpoints. This time it was like the whole way from Koyuk all the way to Kotzebue, basically. Right. Yeah, I mean, it was just bad storming the whole way.
Right. I know even just here in Nome, 50-mile-an-hour winds, I was saying I had to drive from town out to my house 3 miles, and you're literally driving reflector to reflector to reflector, just 10, 15 miles an hour. And I got home and I thought, my God, these people are on their way to Kotzebue in this, out in the middle of nowhere. Like, could you see marked trail, or were there sections where it was just kind of like make your own way?
Yeah, both. I mean, it's some places the trail markers are pretty good and reflectors, and obviously at nighttime that's one of the advantages is when there's reflectors out there, you can go kind of reflector to reflector, especially with our bigger lights, but that's not always the case either. So I mean, there's certain areas where they're so far apart. Kind of reminds me of like the first year we did it. We were coming into Nome and we're like, man, they sure put the reflectors really close together. And then it was like we were leaving, they're like, why did they put them so far apart? It was like, it's nice when they have like the stakes, closer together so we can actually go stake to stake. So, awesome. But most of the trail's been marked pretty well. Good. Actually, yeah.
Good. So, yeah. So talk about yesterday. We've talked to a couple of different race teams, and a lot of times it takes 6 to 8 hours to get here from Kotzebue, depending on trail condition and stuff. And yesterday there was a big pile up of teams in Elam. So, what did you guys experience as part of getting in and out of Elam?
Well, we knew we kind of took a little bit different approach. I mean, we got to Koyuk. We ran out of fuel coming into Koyuk. And when we got there, they said that there was no ice out on the thing. And in my mind, I knew right away, it was like I knew that even like the last trail class team was out on the ice the day before. Right. So I kind of had a feeling if there was no ice now, no one's been traveling on any other route. at all. So we decided just to lay over and see what was going on, make sure there was a trail and stuff like that.
So y'all stayed in Koyuk?
We stayed in Koyuk, yeah. So we just, I mean, that was just part of our, we just decided that it would be a bad move just to head out there and not know what's going on. So we were getting a little bit of conflicting reports when we got to Koyuk, if there was a trail or not. So we just decided to lay over and really figure it out.
Okay. So once you got going out of Koyuk, was it pretty smooth sailing, or was it kind of complicated?
Yeah. No, it was pretty smooth sailing for us. I mean, it was still, that trail is pretty treacherous. I mean, it's on the side of a bank, and but obviously there was a lot of work for the guys that were up there. I mean, you could see the effort that was put in just trying to get that trail, and it was a lot of snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
So how are the machines looking for you guys this year coming into Nome? Do you feel like you have a lot of work to do, or? We got
a little bit of work to do. Most of it's preventative. I have one issue on my sled, which isn't that big a deal, but for the most part, it's just more preventative stuff than anything.
All right. Are you excited to get back to Fairbanks finish this year?
I am, yeah. I'm excited to get back to Fairbanks, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
There you go. I've heard some reports of the Yukon maybe having a little bit of overflow. Have you guys kind of even looked at that part of the trail yet?
Yeah, we've seen some pictures and some reports and stuff, so we'll be kind of curious to see how that goes. But yeah, hopefully there'll be some, hopefully things will kind of heal up a little bit. But it sounds like they got a lot of snow there, so.
Very cool. All right, well, good luck on the back half of this race. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris Olds, Team 10, Iron Dog, 2026. So as we kind of finish up, we'll take a little break, and it looks like Team 44 is getting all their parts and pieces kind of laid out, ready to go to work, but they haven't started yet. So stay tuned, and we'll show you as much as we can of Wrench Day live from the Nome City Garage. All right, race fans, welcome back to the Gnome City Garage Iron Dog 2026. We have our first teams that are actually wrenching, Team 44. And right before we went live, if you were kind of looking, the race marshal was kind of giving them the rundown of what they can or can't do. And so kind of just talk through this a little bit. So this is the only place on the trail that the teams are allowed outside assistance. So typically 2 riders on a team, and those are the only 2 who are supposed to be working on the machines throughout the whole race. Except for here, they are allowed 2 other people to help them out. And in this case, you got Tyler Ackelstad that's kind of helping out from Team 7. And you'll see that a lot. You've got Ski-Doo guys will help other Ski-Doo guys, Polaris guys will help other Polaris guys, and things like that. And so here in the garage, these guys have done their 15-minute inspection. They went, they got all the parts and pieces together, and you can kind of see they've got them laid out on the ground and staged, and they have a game plan. And it looks like they're going to be replacing some of the front spindles. Of course, belts are kind of a standard thing that almost everyone else will replace. Sometimes they'll be doing some track tension. They'll be replacing carbides, whole skis sometimes. I've seen one ripped track, and so they at least one track here is going to have to be replaced. I think that was Team 21 that'll have to do that later. So, but right here we have Team 44, Say out of Kotzebue, and they're outside the top 10 right now, but having a fairly good race. And so they are on Ski-Doo MXZ Competition 600s. And so a little bit about them. Colton Say was born and raised in Kotzebue, been riding snow machines, hunting, fishing, trapping. Kind of a very awesome traditional Western Alaska lifestyle, and is an airplane mechanic. And then also Eric Say, who was actually born in Wisconsin but grew up in Kotzebue for over 30 years. Kind of the same thing. He's been flying and all the winter sports and snow machining and all that kind of stuff as a way of life. And so transitioning to racing for a lot of guys is just kind of a fun thing to get into when you were born and raised with this. And so these guys are doing a lot of front end work on both machines. And so you can see the closer machine, they already have the whole front skis, and they are changing out the front spindles. It looks like on both machines need that. And so, so they're kind of working. So this is like some of the fastest machine work that you will ever see, and very choreographed as best they can to make sure that both sleds get everything they need. When they go on the clock, they have to work consistently straight through for up to 1 hour. At the 1 hour mark, if they're still working, they are allowed to take a break. But if you go off the clock and take a break, when you come back on the clock, you have to spend at least 15 more minutes working on the sled. So you want to use that break time strategically, because you're going to be charged for at least 15 more minutes. If you're on the clock under an hour and you call out, "I'm done," or anything like that, and the race official stops the clock, and then you're like, "Oh, oops, I have to do this or that," the penalty is that it's automatically charged up to the hour. And so, if you're at 52 minutes and you got to spend 5 more minutes, maybe it's not a big cost to you because you'll get charged for the hour. But if you do 35 minutes and all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, I've got to do this, that, and the other that we forgot," it could be a big time penalty because you'll get charged for that full hour. So otherwise, they're not allowed to touch the machines again until they are on the clock tomorrow morning. And if they have anything else they have to do tomorrow morning, then they will take the green flag and then stop and do something. And we've definitely seen that almost every year, that maybe there was a part that they didn't get in that came in on the night flight or something, and they just take the green flag, hop off the machine, fix what needs to get fixed, and then get going. And so But for the most part, these guys try to get everything done here inside the warmth of the city garage on the clock with the extra support. All right, so one of the interesting things, if you're kind of watching here, is it's not just about the mechanical, it's also about the electrical systems. And pretty much any modern machine, you're talking about all kinds of things. So you have headlights that these guys run, a lot of them run rigid or Vision X headlights that are just super ultra bright so that they can see a very long way. Because at night, running through the snow and the trails and trees and everything, being able to see far enough ahead of you when you're doing 80, 90, 100 miles an hour, you need to be able to see not just 400 or 500 feet, but 600, 800, 1,000 feet in front of you to be able to know what's coming and be able to slow down and go fast. And so these guys have to be good with electrical things too. They're also running GPS, Garmin systems, and things like that. And so it's really important. And so right now you're getting kind of a close shot of, it's not just changing out belts and you saw them changing out a wheel on the skid and the track on the bottom, but now you're seeing them rewire, and I don't know if that's a headlight or a GPS thing, but they're in the box trying to rewire and solder in some new wiring. And so all of this has to be done on the clock to make these machines healthy enough to get all the way to Fairbanks from Nome. So like I said, it's about halfway. They've got a long way to go. These things rattle a bunch, if you can imagine. And so they're wet. They get water in these compartments. Snow flies all over the place, of course. These guys do a lot of water skipping, and so not because they want to, but because they have to in places. And so so the electrical really takes a beating on these machines as well. And so you're getting kind of a good look at them repairing some wiring, not just the mechanical parts of the machines. All right, race fans, welcome back to Nome City Garage, Iron Dog 2026. We're here looking at Arctic Cat Team 21, and every now and then you see something in the garage that's kind of very innovative. And one of the things I want to highlight is if you get kind of close here to these headlights, you'll see an actuator. It's the first time I've seen this here, where they actually have a switch that will make the headlights go up and down, and at slower speeds when you're trying to see a little bit closer to you, a little bit brighter, closer, they can actuate that headlight down. And then when they're going super fast and they need to see out way long distance, they hit the little button and they can move that headlight up. And so, is it a big advantage? He said, you know, it's not a super big advantage, but it helps them kind of put the light where they need it when they need to change it. And so it's just one of the many things that you see these guys that they may feel like, you know, these are racers. You know, anytime in racing, you kind of think of people as being, you know, speedheads and stuff, and that's true, but these guys are real gearheads too. They're thinking, they're always looking at ways to improve the machines, to improve their racing experience. And so I love coming to the Nome City Garage and seeing these kind of innovations that people are thinking about, how to make their riding experience better, faster. And it's also really cool to see the Arctic Cat teams back into Iron Dog. You know, we went a few years with no Arctic Cat with some of the changes that was going on with them. But I think there was some teams last year that did okay, but they had some engine failures kind of late in the race. But it's really cool to see Arctic Cat here. These guys are working hard. We got a couple of teams here in the garage. And it's really good for the sport to be able to have multiple manufacturers represented, multiple teams with some different engineering problems and bringing some successes to the sport. So always great to see different teams doing very well. And these guys have done a lot of work. He had a shock kind of bend in the rear, and it cut his rear track. And so he came into Nome literally with his whole rear track cut in half. And so they had to flip this thing over. They pulled the entire rear out from underneath the snow machine, changed the track, changed a lot of parts and pieces on that rear to put a new shock in and everything that you need for it to be working well. And so Team 21, man, they have been hard at work putting these things back together. All right, we are back onto the other side of the garage here. We've got Team 3 that is on the clock wrenching, and this is Evan Barber and Stephen Booth. Stephen Booth is a local boy, 20 years old, and son of legendary Iron Dog rider. And so it's a family affair. A couple of years ago, they ran the Iron Dog together, and kind of father-son, but now Stephen has gone out on his own here and riding with Evan Barber. And they are sitting in top 10 place and having a really good clean run for themselves coming into Nome over the last couple of days. And so young guys, you know, one of the cool things about this sport is you're sitting in the garage and you've got Todd Balin who's run 30 plus Iron Dogs, multiple time champion. You have a lot of guys in this garage that have run 10, 15, 20 years. And now you look on the other side and you've got 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds who just getting their career started, and they love racing, they love Western Alaska, they love motorsports, and just really, you know, kind of the future of the sport, and bringing some fresh innovation, fresh energy. And so, whoo, gas cap went flying. So really just kind of cool to see all of the things going on with these young teams. If you kind of look in the back, kind of behind these guys, you'll see a table. And along that table, there's all kinds of parts and pieces. And this is what we were kind of referring to earlier, that these guys will go and make a plan. And then this team specifically, they set the table up. They put all of the wrenches, they put everything out that they needed. They got an air gun, there's a heat gun, there's hammers, there's lubricants, all the oils and everything they need, new belts, just everything that they need kind of staged across those tables so that they're not having to scrounge around for anything. They're not having to go back to the toolbox going, oh, I need a 10 millimeter. Like everything is laid out for these guys and with a plan. And so you can see you got a racer on his sled with a helper, and then you've got Evan on the other sled with a helper. And we've got about, let's see, the race marshal's just shown us, they've been on the clock for 4 minutes and 20 seconds. And so doing these maintenance. So hopefully we can talk to these guys after they're done, maybe get a little idea of what all they needed to get finished here. But All right, race fans, you've been watching Team 3 on the clock here in the Nome City Garage as they continue working on their machines. And they've got some pretty major repairs. They've got the whole rear out from underneath this sled. And not sure, I don't see another track sitting around here, so I don't think they're having to change the track, but they're definitely doing a ton of work on the wheels. It looks like maybe replacing some wheels, maybe tightening them up. Yeah, definitely some major work going on. This team, I think they're in 7th or 8th place right now. And so they're top 10, protecting kind of a top 10 position. But still a long ways to go. And so every minute counts, and they're having to do a lot of work. We've been told that the right sled is completely finished. And so all 4 guys are now working on this left sled. And so this is Stephen Booth's sled, and he works for Bering Air, and it's really cool. They have a Bering Air, a local airline here out of Nome, Kotzebue, Unalakleet, and they have an N number, N3 for team number 3, and SB for Stephen Booth, and the other one is N3EB for Evan Barber. So kind of a fun way of telling the 2 sleds apart. That's one of the interesting things when you're looking around here. You got partner sleds, all the same color, all the same decals. And so they have to find like little ways so they can distinguish between the 2 sleds and make sure that each rider is staying on their same sled. Not that that's a rule, but just you get used to your setup and what you're riding. And so little things like that can help you distinguish between the 2 sleds. So the one that they're doing all the work on is Stephen Booth. And they've drained the coolant out of this machine. They've pulled the whole rear suspension out. They've got, looks like they've kind of have the clutch pulled apart and out of it. So they're doing a ton of work to this thing. It looks like everything but the motor. So it looks like he's got some Bondo kind of repairs, kind of like a liquid weld. So it must have a little bit of a crack somewhere that they're going to try to fix. Kind of re-strengthen the tunnel area, it looks like, is what they're kind of working on right now. And the race marshal just turned, and they have been on the clock for about 23 minutes. And for a top 10 team, 23 minutes is a lot of time. It's certainly not unheard of by any stretch of the imagination, but a lot of times the guys running in the top 10, they get in here and they've got 7, 8, maybe 9 minutes worth of work to do with just simple repairs and fluids, belt. But this is a major repair they're doing on the front of the sled, trying to get some looks like JB weld kind of in there to literally glue this thing back together. So The 25-minute mark here on Team 3. And to kind of put that in perspective, though, take a look at this machine. They've got the entire rear out of this machine. They've got a lot of the parts and pieces, things like the flywheels out of it, so a lot of the clutch assemblies out of it. And they've got this bulkhead piece that they've kind of pulled apart a little bit, and they've been trying to seam it with probably some JB weld, I think is what they're actually trying to use. And then they're putting a new screw in here, trying to hold this thing together. So obviously something in there cracked on the way up here, and it just needs to be reinforced, re-strengthened. And of course that stuff will dry pretty quickly and is pretty strong, especially with that new screw kind of holding it together. But really talking about putting machines through the ringer on these trails, but also just the expertise. I mean, goodness gracious, it would take me 25 minutes just to get some screws out, much less have the whole thing torn apart. And so these guys they know these sleds inside and out, top to bottom. One of the first things they do when they get a new sled is they pull it all apart and they start rebuilding them back with their specifications. Sometimes they add different things to strengthen the body, strengthen different areas. Sometimes it's a few aftermarket parts here and there, but for the most part, these guys really know these machines. And so they can tear them apart and put them back together with such great efficiency. But even though they can go fast, some of this kind of work still is a lot of finesse. You don't want to over tighten. You don't want to bend things out of place trying to put them back together. And so it's a real balancing act of you want it done right, but you want it done fast. And so they have been trying the last few minutes to get this tunnel kind of reinforced properly before they start putting it back together. Also in the garage, Team 21 has been wrenching for about an hour now, and it looks like they're getting close to being finished. We also have Team 49. They were only on the clock for just a couple of minutes, and they have finished their work. Team 20 is on the right now. It looks like they are getting ready to wrench in the back of the garage. So, you know, this morning we had a lot of the 15-minute inspections. And then we just had it kind of like a dead period where guys are going and collecting everything they need, but full-on wrenching has started here in the garage, and it'll be a couple of hours of just pure madness of fixing and getting these machines ready to make the trek up the Yukon. I remember a couple of years ago, there was 2 checkpoints on the Yukon, and the number 1 team had an average mile per hour of 101. Between the 2 checkpoints. So these guys get to the Yukon and they just absolutely hammer it. And so you want to make sure when these things get out of Nome, they are ready for some pretty extreme abuse that they put on these machines getting all the way to Fairbanks as fast as possible. So if you're watching at home, I do have to pass along some bad news, and that is that the wonderful South Anchorage media team that has been bringing you the coverage of the halfway banquet and the city garage, they have a flight to catch tonight. One of the casualties of the delay into Kotzebue is that their wrench day ended up being Thursday instead of Wednesday here in Nome. And so we've tried to show you as much as we can, but here in the next few minutes, they're going to have to shut down and go catch the plane. But they will be live in Fairbanks to film and capture and broadcast the finish line at Pike's Landing in Fairbanks. So if you're in the Fairbanks area, make sure Saturday, somewhere midday, 10 o'clock, noon, the finish will be happening there. So make sure you make your way down there and share these racers into Fairbanks, and then maybe stay and hang out at Pike's for the finishing banquet. So we appreciate you tuning in live from the Nome City Garage. Have a good rest of your day.
growing up Alaskan makes you, well, a little different. We're an independent bunch, yet we can't get along without each other. We like unique things, and we have unique needs. That's the whole reason we created Club 49, the only travel benefits program made for Alaskans, so you can be you. Alaska Airlines Club 49.
To deliver the connection our members will use to build our future. We can't wait to see what you do with it. MTA, life, technology, together.
The Iron Dog is the world's longest, toughest snow machine race.
2 guys per team, 2 machines. NAC sponsorship level with Iron Dog is huge. It's been a big deal for us for years.
Northern Air Cargo is the largest all-cargo airline in the state of Alaska. NAC supports Iron Dog effectively through movement of freight. The 23 communities that the Iron Dog races through, almost all are exclusively only accessible by air. So that's where NAC comes into play big time. Not only for the race itself, but also during the practice runs.
All of our checkpoint supplies will go through NAC.
Alaska's so diverse and there's no roads going anywhere, so obviously we have to rely on people like NAC, and they've been really amazing to have on the team.
NAC has been huge for us. It's a big deal, and we really appreciate them.
We've just grown the relationship over the years and kind of like a little family now. It's really good. I can't thank them enough, really.
What moves you? Everyone's chasing different pins on the map, and while they may never catch them, it's the thrill of the chase that keeps you going each and every season. It's the evidence in every ride and the adventure in every story. So here's to the next chapter.
Yeah, move, Phil? Yeah. That was sick.
Some people tend to think that flat means dull, boring. But some people just don't understand what flat means. Some people never did 0 to 60 in 3 seconds flat. So yeah, the upgrades we brought to our 2025 models, well, they're just not for some people.
Trails, feeling free, it's what we do. In the heart of Alaska, where the mountains shine bright and true. From the Sur to Eagle River, we grow a legacy. Join the CC family. Rewind a ride with me.
We would absolutely recommend Team CC to our friends, family, everybody that we haven't already recommended to. We probably bring it up in conversation all the time when we're out riding side-by-sides or sleds. They're always in our conversation with us about how amazing they are, and we couldn't recommend them more.
So become a rider. Let's just break away. Feel the wind, let it guide the way.
If I had to describe Team CC in a couple words, the biggest thing that comes to me with especially Corey and Barbara is the passion, the care are two things that are huge. Super eager to be fair. Corey and Barbara spend a ton of time, a personal time in giving to teams, a lot of organizations, snowmobile clubs. So it's that passion and care are the two big things that come to my mind.
In the hands of adventure, don't let it slip. Join the family, come and take the trip.
I would so recommend Team CC to my family, friends, and other people close to me. And one reason why is they're very nice, always treat me more than just a kid, and they would educate me and help me learn how to change the belt, how to put in oil safely, and they got to educate me a little bit, so that was nice.
Team CC did a really good job of setting up my snow machine to my riding style, which is trails, powder turns, jumps, and sometimes I just straight up send it.
So become a rider. Let's just break away. Feel the wind, let it guide the way. In the hands of adventure, don't let it slip. Join the family, come and take the trip.
I would definitely recommend Team CC to my friends and family, and I always do.
Whatever we do now is going to benefit or impact that next generation. It's that meeting of long time, Inupiaq, Ilokwesate, of thinking about our people, our region, what to do for the next generation, and that responsibility to our past generations. Resource development is a part of that story now.
We're not going backwards, we're going forward. And I think education is very important.
I would hope that residents feel excited about is that they have such a strong say in how development can happen in the region. It's their voice, and it is really about our future and about how we would like to see it happen. And I think when we come together to have those important conversations, we can do amazing things for the next generation.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota trucks. Toyota Tacoma is a KBB Best Buy. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
What does it mean when people say America is a land of opportunity?
It means we strive to be a nation of limitless possibilities.
It's our greatest strength, the power to discover.
To redefine yourself.
To improve yourself.
To challenge yourself.
To challenge yourself.
To challenge yourself.
To realize there's more in you
than you ever knew
that you could do.
To be all you can be.
To be all you can be.
It means never assuming something can't be done.
And if it's the right thing to do, never stopping until you achieve it.
It's what makes every soldier swear that I will
support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
This is what we do.
Giving people an open field to explore what they do best.
With the best tools,
the best training,
the best technology in the world.
We bring out the best in the people who serve.
Because America calls for nothing less. So you can be all you can be.
Be all you can be. Be all you can be.
Be all you can be. Be all you can be.